Hi, good morning, everyone. We'd like to request everyone to please settle down. We will begin in a few minutes. We're just waiting for Secretary Vince Dizon, who is currently outside being interviewed by the media. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests from government, the diplomatic corps, the private sector, the academe, civil society, and our friends from the media, welcome. On behalf of Strat-Based Institute, thank you for joining today's conference, Strengthening Economic Security and Resilience Through Inclusive Governance. I am Claudette Hizon, Executive Director of Strat-Based Institute. Today's event is part of the Strat-Based Group Annual Pilipinas Conference. Now, in its 10th year, this conference continues to serve as a vital platform for leaders to exchange insights and shape policy directions that strengthen the Philippines' economic security and long-term resilience. Remembering last year, we were joined by former Department of Finance Secretary Ralph Recto, who would have joined us again today, but due to recent movements in the cabinet, we would like to inform everyone that there has been a slight adjustment in the order of our government speakers. Thank you for your understanding. We would like to acknowledge and recognize our honored guests this morning, including Honorable Vince Dizon, Secretary, Department of Public Works and Highways, Ambassador Massimo Santoro, European Delegation of the Philippines, Ambassador Mark Ines Brown, Embassy of Australia to the Philippines, Ambassador Catherine McIntosh, Embassy of New Zealand to the Philippines, Ambassador Emma Hickey, Embassy of Ireland, Ambassador Saija Norminen, Embassy of Finland, Ambassador Constancy, Embassy of Singapore, Ambassador Smiliana Nez, Embassy of Slovenia, Ambassador Dana Kirsch, Embassy of Israel, Ambassador Franz Michael Melvin, Embassy of Denmark, Mr. Geir Michelsen, Deputy Chief of Mission, Royal Norwegian Embassy, and Mr. Giovanni Porcu, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of Italy. The first session will look at how strategic, high-impact infrastructure projects supported by public-private partnerships can drive jobs, connectivity, and national economic resilience. It will also emphasize the importance of aligning infrastructure development with security priorities and strong accountability. To officially start our conference, it is our pleasure to welcome Department of Public Works and Highway Secretary Vince Dizon.
Good morning. My apologies for being late. You probably know why so by now. I came from Quezon City to file a referral with the Independent Commission on Infrastructure. And again, I apologize. First of all, I want to thank StratBase. I always feel at home when I'm attending a StratBase event because I think many of you may not know, but I was one of the people that started StratBase way back in 2005 with Sir Lindo, who was a very young professor in Lasal while I was still studying there. He was I think 18 when he was when he was teaching us here in Lasal. But it's always good to be here with friends and with colleagues, and it's always good to be with the private sector. I'll keep this brief, but I think the important thing to understand is that the country right now is in an unprecedented situation. This is I know there have been, scandals in the past, issues in the past, but I think this is unprecedented because I think for the first time, and I've been like Sir Lindo, I've been in government for quite some time, almost 3 decades. I think for the first time, at least in my limited time in government, I actually see that something is really going to change. And I can tell that to you with confidence, not only because of what we're trying to do in the DPWH, but I think because of what the president is trying to do. And if I may just start this short presentation with the president's words, which I think will give all of us, the entire country, comfort that real and genuine change is really coming. Next slide, please.
Ang una, mapapanagot ang mga kasama rito, mga kasabwat dito sa korupsyon. Pangalawa, maibabawi ng gobyerno ang pera na ninakaw nila. Pangatlo, na gumawa tayo ng reforma para lahat na itong klaseng korupsyon na ganito ay hindi na mauulit. Kaya yung mga taong yan na kasabwat dyan, ito, mga walang hiyang ito, sa nagnanakaw ng pera ng bayan, tapos na ang maliligaya ninyong araw. Habulin na namin kayo.
So I think, my apologies, so Her Excellency is here. Essentially, what the president is saying, he's saying three things. First, he will ensure that people will be held to account, no matter who they are, no matter how close they are. If the evidence leads to them, they will be held to account. And I think there is no stronger proof point to that than the president's early morning message, where he reported to the entire country that both the DPWH and the ICI will be referring, which we already have just an hour ago, to the Office of the Ombudsman, recommended charges against former Speaker Martin Romualdez and former Congressman. We are basing this referral on evidence. We're not basing it on a video on Facebook. We are basing it on evidence, and the president, as he said here, and as he said this morning, wherever the evidence leads us, that is where we will go, no matter where or to whom it leads to. That is, I think, the biggest assurance and the most important assurance that our president has been repeatedly saying since his famous words at the State of the Nation address in late July. It has taken 3 months, yes, but as the president always says, we want to be sure. We want to be sure that the evidence is there, and we want to be sure that everyone who needs to be held accountable will be held to account. And I think we are there. A few days ago, the first case referred by ICI and DPWH concerning the projects in Mindoro involving former Congressman Zaldico and 17 other individuals was filed with the courts. And I would like to believe, and I'm quite confident, that in the next few days, the first warrants of arrest will be issued by the Sandigan Bayan. We are there now. After 3 months, it's been a long time. To be honest, it's not really been a long way. Mr. Lindo would know this. In the last scandal, the Napoli scandal, it took a year before people were actually filed, cases were actually filed after people actually went to jail. A year. It started in, I think, June of 2013, and first people went to jail, August of 2013, and the first people who went to jail almost a year after, in July of 2014. This one took 2 months. After the first case was filed with the Ombudsman, it took 2 months. And now we are here. And this is only the beginning. This is only the beginning. And I think that's the most important. And I keep on saying that please do not judge the president on his words. Please do not judge us on our words. Words, easy. It's so easy for me to do a 10-minute Facebook live video. But please judge us on our actions. And I think the actions of the president since he spoke at the SONA up to today speak volumes as to his resolve to make people held to account. That is the first thing. And I just wanted to quickly go through what we've done, what the president has done. These are the three objectives of the president. These are the three things he told me when he first spoke to me. When I was asked to take on this portfolio, he said, we need to hold people accountable. We need to get the money back. And we need to reform the agency. The president told me, and I said this at the Senate budget hearings, the president didn't want to defend DPWH. The president told me to reform DPWH. And that's what we're trying to do. And I'll just quickly go through this with you today. So, we have to hold people to account. 67 individuals, we have filed cases with the ombudsman against 67 individuals to date, not including those we filed today. We have submitted 10 cases to the Philippine Competition Commission for the rigging of bids, which will allow us to recover up to 250 million per case that we submit. So just on these 10 cases alone, 2.5 billion pesos, up to 2.5 billion pesos can be recovered from the contractors who have been accused of rigging bids. We have asked the Professional Regulation Commission to revoke the licenses of 25 engineers, accountants, etc., who have been involved in these cases. We have requested for 33 immigration lookout bulletins, and now the cases have been filed in the courts. Hold the partial orders will be forthcoming. Next slide. So these are DPWH. We have within DPWH, as we announced on my first day as the president directed me to do so, we have formally charged 25 people. We have issued 34 show cause orders against 34 people, and we have already suspended 20 people in a little over 2 months. The second thing, we have to get the money back. And I'm sure you've seen this yesterday. I'm not sure if any one of you might be interested. There are former cars that are up for auction. That Rolls Royce is still up for auction. The Bentley is still up for auction. Your Excellencies, I don't know if you're interested. I mean, that's included, I think. Inclusive. So, and that signals the beginning of us getting back the people's money. And that's very important. No, and this is, and to that we have already, again, this is unprecedented. The speed at which 6.3 billion pesos in frozen assets have been done in just a little over about 2 months. It's unprecedented. 1,671 bank accounts. I still have trouble, coming to terms with 1,671 bank accounts. Who have that? So 58 insurance policies, 244 motor vehicles, 144 real properties, etc. And there's more coming, obviously, now with the cases filed. We have forged partnerships with the Insurance Commission to get back all the bonds that have been filed. That have been filed by these contractors that built these projects. We've signed with the Anti-Money Laundering Council, the Philippine Competition Commission. We signed with the Philippine Space Agency to monitor projects so that we can monitor via satellite without any human intervention the progress of projects. Next slide. And finally, this is, I think, which would allow us to ensure that this never happens again. We need the reforms, and not just in DPWH. We need the reforms across government. And the reforms we've been doing are, again, unprecedented. The biggest of which is the bringing down of overpriced materials. In the past, during the time specifically of Secretary Davis season, what was done was an across the board 10% increase. If the project was 100 billion, Sec Davis would just say, we're going to cut it by 10%. It's down to 90 million. But for the first time ever, we looked at item per item: cement, steel, sheet pile, gravel, sand, asphalt, paint, roofing, everything. And we say, how much does Ayala spend for cement? How much does Manila Water spend for cement? How much does prime infrastructure spend? What much does San Miguel? And the province have to spend the same. It makes no sense that in NCR, gravel is 70% higher than market price. Secretary Fred, makes no sense, right? Makes no sense. Why can the private sector build a classroom for $1.5 million and government builds it for $2.5 million? Doesn't make sense. So we have done this up to 50%. Let's go back. And believe me, this single reform alone is lasting. Why? Do you think any new DPWH secretary who will sit in this chair will have the courage to put this back up? Never gonna happen. They'll be crucified. It's never gonna happen anymore. These prices can no longer go up. Of course, they're gonna go up, but just based on inflation. But we can. It won't go up again to plus 6%, 7%. Impossible. And that's this single biggest reform is like the last legacy of the president. Never been done before. Never. In this scale and this breadth. And as a result, for 2026, in the DPWH budget, for 2026, just on that, 60 billion pesos, more than 11% of the total DPWH budget immediately set. And that's 1,600 more road kilometers ago. That's 1,000 additional kilometers of asphalt. Right there. Just with one reform. Just with one reform. And of course, the President said, we can use that for other things. We can use that to solve the 100,000+ backlog of classrooms that's never been solved. Since, I don't know, since Sergio was undersecretary of the Department of Education. So, just with one reform, that is the result immediately. And needless to say, that 60 billion pesos, that doesn't go to the pockets of whoever immediately. Exactly. Planning and budgeting. This is something that we will need, the help of civil society on, the private sector on, because it all starts with planning and budgeting. How can flood control budget, which grew to 250 billion, 1/3 of the entire DPWH budget, how can those projects get into the budget whenever the president and I visited a flood control project and we asked where are the plans, and they can't give us even a shot drawing? How is that even possible? How can this get into the budget without plan, without the necessary studies, etc.? How is that even possible? That has to change. How can Governor of Mindoro tell me that He didn't even know that there were flood control projects being built in his own province. How can Mayor Joy Belmonte tell us and ICRs, I didn't even know that they were going to build these things in my own city, in my own province? Is that even possible? So we need help. We're going to do it, but we're going to need your help. Next slide. We forge partnerships. Again, thank you to the private sector, thank you to the MDC, to the MAP, especially to the newly elected president of MAP, Donald Green, who's the head of the blockchain council. We just signed with them a couple of weeks ago. With civil society organizations such as the CBCP, the Mayors for Good Governance, etc. We've all signed with them, and this is a testament to the president's resolve to make this more transparent, because this is really the proper concern. You know, things like what we've seen, the horrific things we've seen in the past weeks and months that have been happening for decades, the only reason why they get done is because they're done in secret. They're done in a small office in Bulacan, where they can lay down 300 million in cash in their conference room. Because it's done in secret. And we need that. We need partnerships. Very soon, the president is going to launch, next slide please, our transparency portal. Again, when you see this, and we're very proud of this, and the president will launch it himself next week, this will be a benchmark for all government agencies, because this opens DPWH to everyone. All the contracts are going to be there. All the big documents are going to be there. The live streaming of procurement is going to be there. And this has not been done ever. And the president is going to launch it. And again, all these things, these aren't just words. These are concrete, bold actions that the president has undertaken in just 3 months. And I think, as I said, this is only the beginning. And he's dead serious about this. He's dead serious about this. And I think the testament to that is today. And I think, and I just want to end by saying that the president exposed this. Never in the history of our country, can't remember anywhere else, maybe our excellencies can let us know better. Never in this country has the president himself been the person to expose a major corruption scandal. Never. And in his son. In his son. But not only was he the one that exposed this, we give you our word. The president will end this. And now we're seeing that already. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I think one mistake.
Thank you very much, Secretary Dizon, for those positive, forward-looking insights. We appreciate your perspective on deepening integrity and accountability in public service. To moderate this discussion, please welcome Ms. Regina Lay, Anchor and Business Editor at One News and 2024 Jefferson Fellow of the East West Center. Please give them a warm welcome.
I have to apologize. I have to join the president. We're flying to Cebu. We're launching a major mitigation effort for the floods in Cebu. So I must apologize.
He's asking me how I am. How are you? It's like, I'm fine. I just had to cover all of
I've
it.
aged 10 years.
I know. At least you got a haircut, hey?
I desperately want to go back to my friends over there in Prime Infra. So sorry.
Okay.
Bias.
So this is obviously a very big day for you guys. Just came to the ombudsman, as you said, recommending charges against the former speaker and Zaldi Co. My first question to you is, what was it, all those boxes and boxes that you said?
Those were documents of mostly of the contracts of the companies allegedly linked to former Congressman Zaldi Co. um, from 2016 to 2025 for the last 10 years. And when I did the calculations earlier at the Ombudsman, for the past, between the two companies, Hightone Corporate Construction and SunWest, more than 100 billion pesos in projects have been delivered. So we submitted to them, and together with obviously some sworn testimony in the Senate, we were able to make the referral today. And we, as the president said during his early morning address to the people, that we will follow the evidence wherever it takes us. And I think that's the message he's been saying all this time. We will follow the evidence wherever it takes us, and we have full faith and confidence in our processes, and obviously with the Office of the Ombudsman, that they will now do their job and find the facts, more evidence, and soon, and the Ombudsman already talked about this yesterday in a forum at the University of the Philippines, the eventual filing of cases. I mean, against anyone who is involved, regardless of who they are.
But it sounds at the moment like you have documents linking Zaldi Code to this. I'm wondering what you have on the former speaker.
For the former speaker, it's really the testimony in the Blue Ribbon hearing, which I think everybody knows already. No, but now that's why we referred it, because now it is up to the Ombudsman to further investigate, because that is really their job. I mean, unfortunately, I've been put in this position, but my job at DPWH is to build stuff. That's my job. But we have to hold people to account, and we will cooperate with our investigating agencies, with the ICI, with the Ombudsman, and we will refer the documents and the facts that we have access to in the department, but the investigation, the fact finding, that should be left to the agencies who are mandated to do so. And in this case, the Ombudsman.
Right. So as far as the speaker is concerned, and I'm focusing on him because that is who the president mentioned today. That was the first time he's, I guess, said that they would recommend charges against his cousin. So, at the moment, you only have the testimonies from the hearings on the speaker. Okay, and that's just essentially Sergeant Curly Bethesda.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, it's interesting to me because at some point, Ombudsman Romulia told us he's actively avoiding plunder as a crime because plunder is notoriously difficult to prosecute and much less convict.
There were three possible crimes that were recommended. Plunder is just one. Violations of Republic Act 1319, the Anti-Drug Practices Act, direct bribery are also recommended there. But again, that is the job of the Ombudsman, to find the evidence, follow the evidence wherever it leads, and then make the best decision on what cases to eventually file. So that is completely up to them, and we will cooperate with them.
So that's plunder, that's graft, and direct bribery for now is what you've recommended. And to be very clear, and I'm sorry to press on the point, it's not like you have not unearthed documents from DPWH linking former Speaker Romualdez to governmental projects.
No.
Thank you. How is your purge of the agency going? Have you found enough people?
Well, I just showed the numbers right here, Regina, and it's an ongoing process. It's difficult, and I have to be frank with everyone here. You all run companies. You know how the most important resource in any organization are people, and talented people, hardworking people, and most importantly, honest people. And that is unfortunately, a very rare commodity these days. But the work must continue. We've got to continue building bridges, roads, schools, hospitals. So, it's not as if I can fire everybody all at once. I mean, DPWH and unfortunately, the economy is gonna, grind to a halt, given the huge contribution of this single department to government spending. As Professor Chiquiampo is not even said. Insane. Uh, so it's a continuous process, but we need to also accompany that with a way to bring in better people, to bring in talented people, honest people, young people. That's why when one of our undersecretaries resigned, when I saw the list that they were giving me, I saw this young, um, dynamic director. Uh, she started in DPWH in 2013, and then he's now our officer in charge undersecretary, Lara Esquivel. And I told her, I said, hey, you guys, and all of you guys, and she's 36 years old, young engineer, very talented. And I said, your generation has to step. You are the future of this department, but it's not easy. So we gotta balance that. We have to hold people to account, but we've also got to establish a proper meritocracy in this department.
No, you're absolutely right, and that's where it showed up in the Q3 GDP figure. We saw public spending fell off a cliff, right? And some of our sources tell us that things are frozen at the DPWH. People are scared to sign contracts.
They were definitely in August and September, definitely. But now we're getting back on track, and the president has pushed us to ramp up spending again. Obviously, of course, making sure that these projects are properly implemented. We monitor them well. We only pay what has been accomplished, unlike some things in the past years and decades. But we have to ramp it up, and that's what we're doing. It's not easy. Not easy. But we have to push.
Is your goal to, I mean, obviously we only focus on the Bulacan region and Oriental Mindoro and to a certain extent, a little bit of Cebu, but is your plan to quite the safety at the agency?
ICI has taken the lead in that, and they are going all over the country. It's not just Bulacan. I must admit, Bulacan
The epicenter.
is the epicenter of all this. It had the most funding, it had the most ghost projects, but it's not just Bulacan. And ICI is going everywhere. They've been everywhere. So that is ongoing.
Yeah. But within your agency, you're also looking at the different areas that
Of course.
in part of these other agencies.
But all working with, always working with you.
Kaya yung di ba sir? Si Sir? Kay Ma'am Jing?
Right.
Si
Okay,
No,
let's see.
yeah.
Last check, you had what, 421 those projects out of 8,000, you have total number?
Expected.
8,000, is that still?
Expected, but it's still
Expected, because
and that is what I said.
And that is what
That's what I said.
That's what ICI said.
So that's a
So
continuing.
that's a continuing. That's why I'm telling all of you, this is
Just the
just the
beginning.
beginning.
These
These
cases
cases are just the beginning.
Sometimes I have joke and I say,
and I say,
at the end of the day, I
at the
know
end of the day, I
that
don't know who's going to be left in DPWH.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Found good
Have you
people
found good people at
Yeah.
least?
Yes.
That you can
And the
trust?
Secretary Lara is one.
Undersecretary Lara is one.
The younger people, I
The
think,
younger people,
that is
I
the
think,
future.
that
That
is
is where our hope and
that
that's
is
where
where
the
our
future.
hope and that is where
And we have to cultivate them.
and we have to cultivate them.
That's why we reinstituted
That's
the
why we
cadet,
reinstituted the cadet
fellowship
program
program of
of
Secretary of
Secretary,
which unfortunately was discontinued. Or reinstituted because we have to
because we have to
attract,
attract
young
young
engineers from
engineers from
the schools all over the
schools all
country,
over the
attract them,
attract them,
train them.
train them.
And in fact, I had
In
discussions with
fact, I had
PDD
discussions with
yesterday and
PDD
with
yesterday
other our
with other
partners,
partners,
even our bilateral partners.
bilateral partners.
That's where
That is where
we
we need
capability building. We need, we need ethics, and all of that. Because this seems to be a continuity. This will outlast
the
the
president.
president.
This
This
will
will outlast
outlast
me.
me.
This
Cannot
cannot
stop
stop
after
after
2
2
years.
years.
This
It's
has
going
to
to
continue
continue
and
and
continue
continue, and we have to build on.
I'm glad you used the word outlast because that is what I was gonna ask you for my last question, which is, you talked about institutional reforms. I know it's early days, but what kind of institutional reforms are you looking to implement to make sure all of these changes outlast you?
Not just so
Andyan,
here,
andyan
we
din
are
siya sa
already
intern ko lang.
major, no?
So,
But it doesn't stop there. There's so many things that need to be
sige.
done.
Hindi
Um,
po,
and I
iyan
said
po
the
yung
biggest one
and
is finally telling the public why is government spending up to 30, 40, 50% more than the private sector when
sa
building a
iyo pala
road,
to, sir.
building a classroom,
Mali, sir.
building a hospital. Doesn't make sense. It's the same cement, it's the same rebar. So, but now we've done it. And we can't go back. We can't. That cannot, no one in his right mind is going to bring back those prices up to these levels, to the levels that we saw. Impossible. That's definitely going to outlast the president. That's definitely going to outlast.
So digitalizing is one thing.
Sorry?
Digitalization is one.
That's another.
What else?
Yeah, but but digitalization, I mean, it's great. Yeah, but as we've seen here, there are systems in DPWH that are existing, but they were still,
Oo, gusto mo ba yun?
they still found a way to
Ito lang dapat siya.
build,
Kaya,
have those front,
Ready to build.
it's still, there were systems there was software there. So it's not just about that. So we gotta work with the private sector, we gotta work with the agencies, to really find a way to, not just digitalize, but really to plug every possible loophole to this and make sure that it's not.
What about in terms of cleaning up the contractor pool? Any ideas around that?
Second, we have probably a lot of ideas for that. We speak out is under GDI, but we have to reform that as well. And that's what Secretary Roque has been doing. Well, after firing all of the peacock members, they're clearly the ones that are part of that mafia there. Vizcaya, it's quadruple A or something, whatever. But that's got to be cleaned up.
It's part of the board, not the whole.
The board.
Yeah.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Okay, I said last question, but I'm gonna please do, and thank you so much for your time, Secretary Dizon.
Thank you so
And,
much.
we wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Secretary Dizon and Ms. Lay. We're excited to carry that momentum into today's discussion.
Something to look forward this afternoon. The Ombudsman himself will be with us. He just messaged us this morning that he will just finish the ongoing budget deliberation at the Senate. So please stay until the afternoon. So a quick photo opportunity before we proceed to the next session.
sa pag-roller head, lakihan ng code.
We would like
Kaya
to
nalaki ng
acknowledge
speed.
Ambassador Hartman, Embassy of Canada.
Right shot sa baba.
It is usually Professor Dindo Manit who opens our forums, but with a kind accommodation of Secretary Dizon to be with us this morning, we just had to adjust the sequence of the program. Nevertheless, it is my pleasure to welcome on stage Professor Dindo Manit, CEO of Strategies, to deliver a short presentation and the opening remarks. Sir?
Short presentation and the opening remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That,
For that,
so that,
that,
just like our president started with us straight from university.
straight from university.
And for a lot of people, we're known for our
People were known for our
defense and security advocacy.
defense and security
But when
advocacy.
we registered it, it was Secretary Vince who registered
It was Secretary Vince who registered.
It was a governance institute.
It was a governance.
They were fighting the perceived
We were
corruption
fighting the
and the
perceived
legitimacy of
corruption
the government
and the
in
legitimacy of the
2004.
government
That was the presidency of Gloria
was the
Macapagal.
presidency of Gloria Macapagal.
We just started shifting
We just
to
started
defense and
shifting
security with our
Mga kasi sa
late
late chairperson Albert Rosario was appointed
Secretary of Foreign Affairs. So we had
Secretary of
to
Foreign Affairs.
shift our focus a little there
Shift our
Vince also joint government at the
joint
time.
government at the
Joint
time,
government.
Undersecretary
Hindi ko sir, hanggang hapon daw po eh.
Oh,
Wala
yeah.
naman po kasing ilan sa amin COMSET sir.
And now, the one to put in context, why we organize this. This is our 10th year, but we simply wanted to, amidst the noise, amidst, it's also good to go back to what we call the data. Where are we really as a nation? And in some ways, we tend to view things from a longer perspective, beyond, as I always say, from a political timeline. And we have really identified what we call a geopolitical risk, maybe driven internally, or geoeconomic risk, without realizing governance at this time would be on top. And really, it's something that I thought early on when I used to still be a professor at the De La Salle University. And I had a 60-year-old student.
Nagbigay sir
Two of his
Andy.
classmates were
Binigyan
also
kami
here
150.
at the back.
Public
Public
management.
management with me.
Ang pinaka
Economics
ano kasi dito
graduate.
yun.
But now,
Dalawa lang kami
back
tao sir.
to the governance issue.
Yun isa yun yung tao.
Sad reality,
Sir ano yun?
we tend to look at the Philippines where we are.
Sabi niya
As
pag
always,
okay din yun
market,
di ba sir? Yung sa siya. Kay Ma'am Jing.
strategic
Di ba kayo din?
importance
Sir John.
importance,
in what is happening.
what is
Hindi
happening
po, freelance lang
in
din po ako.
Indo-Pacific.
We speak of sea
We
lanes,
speak of sea lanes,
we speak of trade routes,
trade routes,
we even speak
we even
of
speak of
data,
data,
Sa inyo po ba?
cable,
submarine cables between west and eastern part of our archipelago. We speak of
Sige.
a very young workforce, able to evolve, able to be trained.
able to be trained.
And when you see all
When you see
projections
all
before
projections
this
before
corruption,
this corruption
noise started,
noise started,
the
the
projection
projection
is
is really
we are now the 32nd largest
32nd
economy.
largest economy.
We're quite sad that we're
Quite
still
sad that
challenged
we're still
by
challenged by
inequality issue.
equality issue.
But the projection
But the
was
projection
by the
was
end
by the
or
end,
a year after the
a year after the
administration
administration
of President
President
Marcos,
Marcos, we will be
28 and even within the
within the
top
top
20
by
by
2030.
2030. Not
Not
Sunday,
Strand
but
based, but
Standard
Standard
and Poor's
and
will
Poor's
say
will
that
say
when
that
they
when they
visited
visited
our
our
office,
office,
I think a year ago. But I added when they were interviewing me, talking to me about political risk,
political risk, I said,
imagine that is in
imagine
spite
that
of
is
government. That is driven by
the
the
young
young
population
population,
that's
that's driven
driven
by
by
the
the
consumption,
consumption,
that's
that's
driven by
driven
the
by the private sector
investing,
investing,
generation.
generating jobs.
And you see all
And
this
you see all
corruption
this corruption
happening.
happening.
They even
They
projected
even
that
projected that
just last
just
October,
last October, can you imagine?
ASEAN
The
plus
ASEAN
three
plus
think tank
3 think tank
was
was
projecting
projecting
5.6
5.6
growth rate.
growth rate.
This
This
is
is
ASEAN.
ASEAN think tank.
Third
Third
party.
party.
And
And
without
without
realizing,
realizing,
we will
we will
hit
hit
4%.
4%.
Who would like
Who would like
spend
to spend
in this kind
in
of
this kind of political
uncertainty?
uncertainty?
And who suffer?
And who suffers?
The
The
Filipino.
Filipino people.
I go back
I
again
go back
to
again to
how I
how
started
I
my
started
career
my career
as an
as an
instructor of
instructor of
politics,
politics, then
as a
as a
professor
professor
focused on,
focused on,
I started
I
the
started
program
the
of
program of
governance
governance
with De La
with
Salle
De La Salle
University, now the
University, now there's
De
the De La Salle Institute of Governance
with De La
with
Salle.
De La Salle.
Then nobody
When
even
nobody even
understood what
understood what
governance was.
governance wants.
They used to
They
define
used to
it as
define
it
it
is
as it is
governing,
governing
but
and
to
to
define
define
it
it
for
for
my
my
students
students
in
in
the
the
meantime.
mid-90s.
Government
Government
data also
data
reflects
also
how our
reflects how our
consumers
consumers
continue to be
continue to be
challenged.
challenged.
COVID does not really, imagine they've been growing every year, every quarter since since the change of government in 2022, but still we're challenged. You see the blue line,
See the blue line.
very
Very
simple
simple
demand.
demand.
and we have better
and we
livelihood,
have better
like
livelihood,
income sources,
like income sources,
higher earnings,
higher earnings,
more family members
more
joining the
family members
workforce,
joining the workforce,
having a stable job,
having a stable job,
having more employment opportunities.
having more employment
Very
opportunities.
basic.
Very
But who
basic.
creates jobs?
But who creates jobs?
The private sector.
The private sector.
I think that's why my
I think that's why my
colleagues in different universities
colleagues in different universities
within our field of
within our
public
field of
administration got
public administration
confused.
got confused.
In the 90s, when I started talking about the private sector, especially my colleagues in UP, who eventually looked at things from a state intervention. I said it has to be the private sector. But I read a book at the time, required reading to my students. At the time, called Reinventing Government. How can you bring private sector thinking? Or Vanishing Bureaucracy is another book that I force my students to read. Not textbooks, but ideas of how to run government. Because at the core of this, I used to say, I was even attacked when I was invited to speak in the National College of Public Health by left-leaning students. I said, if you can only be like Jollibee, not because they're here, but because they've always been partners on Saturdays, that can you imagine the service, how Jollibee adjusts. But of course, not only adjust, but because that was within the context of young people. But you know, it's a private sector that understands the Filipino. They build and invest based on how they see. That's why I think every quarter I wait for the consumer outlook. For those who are here, have you not thought this government does not announce this considering this is a government data? Why? Not good news. But this is the only way we can understand
our people.
This is the people is reflected also in their quarterly surveys. Pulse Asia, Social Weather Station. They've been with us. The one who used to run my surveys was the speaker before me. Vince is a trained economist. We were able to send him to a shipping scholarship right before we started Stratbase. And we used to develop questions for me. And we worked with both teams. Just June, so we used to do this quarterly. June, you know, the top issue was not even corruption. It was number 5. The top issue was pressure on bilihin, of course, controlling inflation is for the people, high cost of living. Like earlier I said, the cost of living crisis. It's about fighting corruption, and number 5 it was about increasing pay of workers. It was about poverty. Criminality was even 7 or 8. Criminality and drugs, when it goes up, I always tell my team, let's look at the social media. It's increasing in social media. What do I mean by that? We call them the Duterte diehard supporters, raising the issue when it's not reflected in any government data. But last June, it was economic, plain economics. And for them, when you say people are hungry, people experiencing high cost of living, it's food. The price of rice. So what we did, by September, we said, if we can only ask our respondents, what is the most important national issue you think the president should address? It's not even corruption. It's reducing the price of rice and other stuff. This is the last week of September. But when we ask the question, what if we give you 3 choices? So we use a different week, we use a different survey company, our other partner, Pulse Asia, corruption goes up. And it brings me to data that I wanted to share. We've shared this publicly, but not enough traction. But maybe we all know why. Because We are one of them. When we ask, what do you think of corruption? Our surveys are national. Our surveys breaks down demographic. Our survey breaks down regions and provinces. 97% of Filipinos consider it widespread. Pulse Asia brought this up. Not our data, this is Pulse Asia.
This is Pulse Asia.
Not shaped by us, this is done by Pulse Asia. They say there is collusion. When you look at this data, 90% says there's collusion. And this is maybe the reason why file charges will be filed. And just last week, a month after our survey, social weather stations said, can we share our data with you? Can we share our data deeper, especially in Mega Manila? Because whatever happens in Mega Manila shapes the country. Don't believe whatever happens in Mindanao shapes the country. It's Mega Manila. And this is what social weather stations similar to what we've been seeing. 83% look at corruption. And they see ramp up corruption. And for them, would involve high officials. They speak of widespread dissatisfaction with governance. Basically, these two data tells us people are angry. That's why two of my columns, that was the theme. Because in stat days, we will only comment based on data. I remember one of the shows before I became a senator. Erwin Tulfo said, this is how the public believes President. And of course, we were looking at people in rallies. I said, I never believe rallies. There's 120 million of us. I only believe data. And that's what we have built in StatBase to understand data and help shape public policy. You cannot say, sabi ng taong bayan, if you don't follow data. We will only believe on data. And that's what I'm trying to share here. People are angry. And people demand and want transparency and accountability. The first thing I teach my students when we introduce, of course, public management, development management, and seminary governance. In Filipino, we call it pananagutan. Because when I went to graduate school at the University of the Philippines, I used to joke, university professors in UP are tamad. They'll give a long list, it's up for you to read. But then the professor just kept on talking about accountability from day one to the end of the semester. And then political science, as a background, I get confused why. Then you realize why. Accountability. This was 1990. He said, that's what we need. He was telling us grad students. I built StatBase. We call it the Democracy Watch. For some of you who joined the Million People March in November, that was us in StatBase. That was the Democracy Watch initiative. That was 2013. As a young student, maybe at the time of the Sal was helping me. And remember that was a ramp of an advertising agency executive that led to that. She was part of us. She's very close to me. Just imagine, I was demanding this when government or StatBase was established in 2004, registered officially in 2005. Then, 10 years after, or 10 years, you have the people, 1 million people march, then here we are. When will it change? That's why my regular column, the Philippine Daily Inquirer, said, and the cycle of corruption. end the cycle of empty promises. And the people are demanding to see something drastic, substantial, sincere, and specific. And that's a conversation I continue to have with Secretary James once every 2 mornings of the week. It is an accountability. 2 days ago, I had a private conversation and briefing to the head of the Catholic Bishop Council of the Philippines, Dear Cardinal Longgo said, people are demanding accountability. You are saying it, the public is saying it. And that's what we need to demand from government. We need to challenge government for full transparency and greater political accountability. We need stronger power of oversight. So I'm hoping that this law that will institutionalize the ICI will pass, or maybe even anti-political dynasty law. There might just be those chances. At times you get that opportunity. I've written that law when I used to be chief of staff of the Senate President, a draft of an act. That was one of my hats before, when I was 19 years old. That was 1997. At the time, I was 27 already. But still, the issues are still the same. But what is our solution? It takes all of us in this room to work with government. It takes all of us in the Filipino private sector to institutionalize inclusive governance. I use the word inclusive because a political oligarchy elite has made the Republic of the Philippines a very exclusive society. Exclusive to their own group. I was one of those young people in EDSA as a student leader. But what did we see? I remember talking to close friends, even after EDSA 2. It's one of our legal counsels at SAP. His name is Congressman Kit Belmont. I told him, Kit, EDSA 2 is over. And we were neighbors in Villa Verde 6. And I said, why are we drinking by ourselves again? Because we're not part of that oligarchic elite. We're outsiders. That's when I said, maybe it's time to shake the insiders. And we saw in Saturday the response of the economic groups, how they wanted reforms after 2004. But the political oligarchs kept on really controlling. My first red flag was a city that is known to all of you, called Davao. I've never seen a city before Davao that's father and a daughter that's not unique in the Philippines. And that happened in just a recent history. That's why it's not my favorite. And everybody who knows me knows that. Even though I had to say in public television that he won in 2016 as a commentator. But that was a hype. I've dealt with oligarchs. One of my roles as an undersecretary of education from 1998 to 2001 is engaging with the legislature. And I continue to do that as champion of governance and reforms until today. And I never saw the parking lot of the Philippine House of Representatives change in terms of parked cars. That started happening in 2016. And I remember the majority floor leader telling me at the time, you know why ABS-CBN lost its franchise? I said, why? He said, the Lopez's arrived here in helicopters. Nobody arrives in the house in a helicopter, except the president. 2018-19, they started arriving in helicopters, members of Congress, because to avoid traffic. I mean, can you imagine the kind? That's what we're dealing with. So I offer that wish when Vince got appointed in DOTR, DPWH, and I was writing about maybe there's a chance. Some people who are close friends of mine started privately attacking. But I said, I knew him when he was young. I knew Ombudsman William when he was just forming his law firm. I even knew Secretary Mina right after graduation. I knew Sharon Garini in the first few months in Congress. I said, you always have to hope. I've known Secretary Copolitila, because we were both deputy ministers / undersecretaries together in the same administration. I said, just like Ralph Rector, who was my group mate in grad school, I said, you always have that hope. And I used to remember my father telling me, why aren't you tired before I passed away? He said, the moment I believe that there's no hope, then there'll be no change to this country. And that's what you want to bring every time it goes on the bed.
Exactly.
And I thank everyone for being with us the past 21 years and the 10 years of Pilipinas Conference. I'm supposed to have welcomed you at 9, but Vince asked me if we could go ahead. So again, welcome. Thank you. Very much.
Thank you, Sir Dindo. It's not too late to set the tone for today's discussion. Moving on to the next panel, we have gathered the country's leading business groups to share their insights and assessment of the country's economic outlook and identify policies needed to boost investment and long-term growth. Joining us as panelists are Mr. Edgar Chua, Chairman of the Makati Business Club, Mr. George Barcelon, Chairman of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce, and Mr. Felisa Tutienko, President, Foundation for Economic. The panel discussion will also be moderated by Ms. Virginia Ray. May we once again thank Ms. Ray and our distinguished panelists onto the stage to begin the discussion.
Hi,
Hey,
everyone.
everyone.
So
So
that's the
that's the
bad
bad
news
news
again.
again.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
I had no choice.
Um,
So,
so,
I
I
have
have
a
a
distinguished
distinguished
panel with
panel with
me
me
today,
today.
and we're going
We're
to
going to
shift
shift
gears a
gears a
little
little
bit
bit
and
and
talk
talk
about
about
the
the
business
business
and
and
economic
economic
impact
impact
this
this
time
time
around.
around.
And the
And the
first
first
thing
thing
I
I
want to
want to
have
have
you
you
guys
guys
do
do
is
is
react
react
to
to
what
what
Secretary
Secretary
Vince
Vince
Dizon
Dizon
said
said
earlier
earlier
about
about
the
the
steps
steps
that
that
the
the
government
government
is
is
taking
taking
to
to
clean
clean
up
up
this
this
mess.
mess.
Did
Did
you
you
like
like
what
what
you
you
heard?
heard?
Was
Was
it
it
enough?
enough?
Was
Was
something
something
missing?
missing?
Toti, I'll
Toti, I'll
start
start
with
with
you.
you.
Well, I'm really not sure that even bringing people into account or giving to jail will really solve the problem. Because I think the problem is structural, especially with respect to the fact that we don't have a strong political party system here. And therefore, and also it takes in our electoral democracy, it takes millions to get elected, right? So that problem of corruption will keep coming back. Um, um, because the system really incentivizes politicians um, to steal, you might say steal from the government, in order to keep themselves in power. So that's my reaction to his, um, comments.
Thank you, George.
Well, hearing what Secretary Vince shared with us, kind of sort of for us to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Okay, now we see the government is seriously considering who to prosecute. Okay? But aside from that, the important thing for us, the graft and corruption is not just in the Department of Public Works. As a matter of fact, the U.S. State Department mentioned that it's very pervasive in many of the government agencies. So having that in mind, we look forward to changes not only in that department, but across the whole country. We have enough laws to go by. We have talented Filipinos that can move the country forward. But if our laws are always compromised, okay? In the past so many decades, we have elected leaders that in a way has helped disappointed us. But hindsight, we have to ask ourselves, we in the private sector had not been very demanding in accountability. We let it go for the past so many decades. Sad to say, but private sector has this tendency of self-preservation. If it doesn't touch us too badly, we'll just accept it. But I think the time has come. This time, it has broken all rules that we cannot stand by and be submissive. And I do agree with what Dindo mentioned that there's a lot going for the country. And we in the private sectors must do our best to call out what is injustice, what is wrong, and we have to do our part. All of this graft and corruption can only come when there's collusion also from the private sectors. It takes, the coin has two sides. But why? Because of the coercion. If you want business, people in authority, those 50, 60% higher in cost. It's not the greed coming from the private sectors. But sometimes you're forced to. You want to have the deal, you put up additional 30% in our favor. So that's the reason why. So I hope with this new reform of the Department of Public Works, that would really cut across in eliminating all of this graft and corruption. And it should be carried on long term. Thank you.
I'm really glad you mentioned that because I was just about to say, yes, private sector is absolutely complicit. Most people I know would rather pay a bribe than to go through the red tape, right? And understandably so, because of the putting up a lot of effort in pay. But are you saying now that the private sector is having conversations within themselves, within yourselves, to try to reform the industry as well, to try to agree to come to a common set of standards?
Yes, definitely. I think we in the private sector realized that what had happened, we do have to be cognizant of the fact that we are part of the whole supply chain. Sometimes not that we want to, but people in authority force us to. Okay? And at the detriment of the whole nation. When you have bridges, roads that are made substandard and double the cost, and needs to be repaired every some 1 year, some less than a year. So those are all the added costs. There's a study made by World Bank that as far as logistic cost is concerned, Philippines ranked one of the highest. They estimated about at least around 20 to 23% cost, unnecessary cost that's imputed in the whole production and the supply chain. So there you can see the impact on businesses when all of this graft and corruptions is going on.
Thank you, George. Ed, your reaction to Secretary Dizon's presentation?
Oh, no, I think it's a good start, DPWH. But as Toti was saying, we actually need reforms in the system. And I think this is a great opportunity because of the public outrage to keep the pressure on our legislators to pass the long delayed and much needed reforms like bank secrecy law, to improve transparency. So you have bank secrecy law, Foreign Deposits Act, the revisions there.
By secrecy, you mean to relax the bank secrecy laws, right?
Yes, we have the most
Yeah.
stringent
Right, correct. Yeah.
bank secrecy law. And then, of course, also, it was mentioned already, political dynasty. It's a long shot, but I believe this is one of the best times that we can hopefully try and get that passed, because it's one of the root cause of the problems where the country has become a feudal society. 70% of our politicians belong to dynasty. And there are a few others: freedom of information, SALN. All of this contribute to making our ecosystem investor friendly. Because right now, and even before this corruption case, it's very difficult to attract investment, especially foreign investment. And when we speak of foreign investment, these are the companies that conform to FCPA. They're cognizant of this. So they're scared of coming here. I mean, you come here, it's very nice road shows, but when you come here, then it's like you get caught in this trap, uh, all the way from national to local, especially local. You get BIR coming up with these ridiculous assessments. Um, so everywhere you go, it's like, my goodness, what have I gotten myself into? And you need to, that's why you need to find a good local partner who can help you navigate. But it's not always easy to find a good local partner. Anyway, I'm optimistic in the sense that the situation we have now will hopefully enable us to put more pressure, and public outrage must be maintained. I think, the private sector especially. Uh, I don't think we have come up with so many statements in the last few weeks as what we have done, and with so many business groups coalescing together. So this is what George was saying. So uh, we come out with a statement almost every other day. Uh,
I attest to that because I started off as a business reporter. And I don't remember a time ever when the business groups were this vocal about political issues, general issues in the country. And it was like, oh, okay, now we're stepping up.
Yes, so hopefully, as I said, we don't let this opportunity pass for us to force our legislators to enact much needed reforms.
Yesterday, we interviewed Congressman Erice, who is the author of the anti-dynasty law, sorry, bill in Congress right now, and he swore that they have traction on it this time around. This bill, this version of it, caps it at second degree of consanguinity. So father and son, yes, but not, 3 and 4 and 5th degrees. Is that enough?
I guess that should be okay, provided we also look at strengthening our institutions. If you look at some countries like the UK and the US, I don't think they have this dynasty law, but they have very strong institutions. When I was looking at some of the other countries that have instituted this, we have a number of South American countries who have actually put in place anti-dynasty law. Uh, I would be very happy to see an anti-dynasty law put in place. We can always, improve or amend it to make it better next time, but just have something in place for now. I'd go for that.
George?
Well, definitely, I'm in favor of that. Um, you know, in politics, when you have a family that controls 3 generations, okay, it's like even in the animal kingdom, you know, if the gene pool is contained within that level, things go bad. So in a way, politics is like that also. Of course, we encourage young people that are talented within the family, but I think we had it too long. So I'm in full agreement with the anti-dynasty law.
To Ed's point about there being already enough laws in place, do you agree
or is there something else you want to see?
Well, I think we have enough laws, really. It's question of implementation. It's a question of holding our leaders in government responsible. Otherwise, everybody gets away with it. As I mentioned on my interview, I said this corruption is not just the stealing of taxpayer money. Okay, but you know, the example that we're setting, corrupting the mind of the youth. If they think that such a unlawful things that are done by people who we address as honorable, okay, can be swept under the rugs. Okay? They follow by example. If they can do it, the fast way to make money, why can't I? Even the best of our young, they may be very intelligent, well educated, but if they think that that's the shortest uh, way that I can make my billions, why not? So definitely the laws must be very strict. I remember what one of the stories that Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore mentioned, that when they just started the Republic of Singapore, he has a close friend who was with him in getting the independence of Singapore. Unfortunately, that gentleman, after being uh, posted as in an important position, took the family on a tour, okay, that was sponsored by a businessman. When he came back, he was immediately indicted and sent to jail.
That's
So
right.
that sent a very strong message, not only to the minister who was involved, but to the children. They see that, you know, you cannot fool around with laws.
Well, I mean, they just indicted their transport minister for accepting F1 hospitality tickets. Toti?
Well, I don't think this anti-dynasty law will solve the problem. You know, because as a society, we have a collective action problem. So how do you solve the problem of collective action? Now, it's being done by families, by family dynasties. As long as we don't have a strong political party system to replace family dynasties, we are not going to solve this problem. I think what we really need is a constitutional change in order to um, address the roots of corruption. We have to have a constitutional change. Um, we don't have a strong political party system. You know, they our politicians flip parties at the drop of a hat, right? So what we would probably need would be a strong political party system with state financing for political parties, so they are not incentivized to steal individual politicians to spend. So, but again, that uh, so I think our call should not be all these minor laws. I mean, corruption, it's not unique to the Philippines. In Malaysia, you have that INDB scandal, isn't it? In Vietnam, there's this 1 billion or more dollar corruption. So it's not unique to the Philippines. What's, of course, unique is that our economy is falling behind. And that's not due to corruption, because in Vietnam they had these corruption cases, but they're now, you know, developing very fast. So that's my view with respect to this anti-dynasty law.
Toti, that's a big ask, though. I don't know if we'll ever get there. Constitutional change. And what form of government do you want to see?
The whether that's parliamentary or presidential, to me it doesn't matter. There are things that our whole constitution has to change because it's very protectionist, it's very statist. That's the whole problem of our constitution. That's why our economy is weak. Um, Filipino first and Filipino only provisions in the Constitution, which only results in monopolies and oligopolies in the domestic economy. So we need to change the entire Constitution, especially on the business and economic model that it enshrines in the our 1987 Constitution. Of course, the political aspect also has to be changed. You know, Saldico is a member of a party list organization. And some other uh, contractors are actually party lists. So we have probably have to review that system of a political system.
So if not constitutional change, you want to see reform in the party list system at least?
Yeah, I think we should go back to a if it's parliamentary, it should be, of course, a real multi-party
Yeah.
parliamentary system. If it's presidential, a two-party system would be best.
No, but specifically in reforming the party list system, what do you want to see? Because isn't it also true that it was the Supreme Court that decided that party lists should not only go to the marginalized sectors?
I would scrap that thing entirely.
Then we won't have enough representatives in the House. George.
Well, yes, there are changes that we may need to have party list, our constitutions, how we want to run the government. But you know, the issue is at hand, what we have right now, and we really have to address this. Okay, Philippine is getting is behind the curve as far as foreign direct investments. Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, they're having more. Okay, and I don't see reason why we should not. Now, primarily it's because the perception of the country. In many forums, I said, you know, we are now in the radar of people who wants to invest. The problem is we don't have the landing lights. We're always in the radar. They don't have, we don't have the landing rights for them to really put their money in our country. And we do need have to address the issue of being more apolitical when it comes to investors. Okay, other countries benefit from the point that they get investment as long as it's legitimate, as long as it creates jobs. What we really need in the country for as far as to improve the economic sustainability is to be able to create more jobs. I know we're doing not too badly, 5.2, 5.3% GDP growth for the past so many quarters. But this is primarily brought about because we are a consumer economy. We have strong remittances from OFW. Okay, we have our business processing that's thriving, but that's not enough. We're hollowing out. We don't have the necessary industry to pick up, to create more job opportunities. You'd be surprised that we have about 4 million people in the government. We call them men in uniform. You know where their uniform comes from? China. We don't make those uniforms. We don't have a textile milling factories. We lost them 30 years ago. So those are things that we have to revisit, look at what's necessary for us to grow in the industry, grow wherein we can be competitive, and grow wherein we can have import substitutions. We have remittances of about maybe close to $40 billion. Okay? Our trade deficit among the ASEAN countries is about $43 billion, 43 to 45. You know, when you look at it, it may not be a straight study, but it's as if we're outsourcing what we need to other country. So all the hard-earned dollars of our Filipinos who sacrifice their life going abroad to work are basically spent having factories operate elsewhere, and we're just buying it. Thank you.
Have you actually had someone come to you wanting to invest but took pause specifically because of the ongoing flood control scandal?
Well, you know, we have investors from all over the world, okay? And some have, many of the companies have done well, but they have such story to tell. And when another company would like to invest in the Philippines, the first people they go to are those who have invested here, okay? We're hoping that, you know, those companies that have had their business in PESA. PESA is one of our bright light in the Philippines. We have Honorable Delima with us, who really was the one who had that DNA. That people, when they come in, they want to invest in pesa. But we cannot have too many pesa in the country. So I've been sharing my thoughts with the local government. I said, you must adopt the DNA of pesa so that people will go to your jurisdiction and put up businesses and create more jobs. We can only have so many Shoe Mart or Ayala Mall in many of this region. We need jobs, and definitely that's where investment in factories, in agri-aqua industry, those are very important. We imported a lot of our fishes. We imported a lot of our vegetables. These are things that must be planned. Uh, I've talked to Secretary RC Balisacan on NEDA. We talk about growth, resiliency, but somehow we need to have benchmarking. We have to set targets. Otherwise, we keep on talking about this, but there's no target, there's no timeline. Although we have a timeline like 2030, we should be in the middle income bracket, earning like $10,000 to $12,000 per capita.
They did have the target for the Philippines to hit upper middle income status by, was it?
2030?
Yes.
Yes.
And also ambition 2040,
Yes.
which I'm not sure we're still gonna hit given the
Yeah,
hit
yeah.
to the GDP target, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is we do have immediate issues that must be addressed. Okay. We pride ourselves that we are a demographic sweet spot. We have a population of close to 120 million. Average age, I just recently checked. Our average age now is 26. Okay. We are now at the curve when we're not being able to continue this growth. Originally, the population of the Philippines was projected to be close to 145 million to 148 million by 2050, which is 25 years from today. But as of late, the projection now is only 135 million. So we're tapering off. But having said that, we're still number 14th in the world population. Earlier, Mr. Manhit projected that our growth will be in the 28th as far as uh, the revenue on the economy. But we are 14th in the population. So that has something to do with why we're up there. Okay? But if we can move up like the countries, emulate what the other countries are doing, look at Singapore and Malaysia, their population is so small, but they're way up there, right? And this is what we should strive to achieve.
Ed, same question. What kind of conversations are you having with investors? What are some of the sticking points for them?
Well, this corruption scandal is only just highlighting uh, problems which investors have been seeing before. So it's not new. It's just the magnitude of the corruption is what's new, and I believe that's what putting investors thinking about. But I don't think specifically this one is affecting what has already been a very slow intake of investment. Again, as I said, because of all the issues we have, high energy cost, the ease of doing business is a problem, the harassment from government agencies, especially, for example, the BIR, uh, promises of duty refund taxes, which they don't happen, they don't come. So all of these things are saying, should I come to this country or not? So the predictability is not there. What business is looking for is that a stable investment climate, peace and order,
Of course.
low cost of inputs, and ideally also a big domestic market, plus the export market. Because nowadays, despite all this, some countries weaponizing trade, like the U.S., and I know China has been doing that before. Now it's the U.S. as well. I think we have a global ecosystem in terms of trade. So as I said, it's just the magnitude of the corruption
Right.
that has been highlighted by this latest developments.
So then, can I have you comment on the changing of leadership at the BIR, with Commissioner Lumagi out, and now it's Commissioner Mendoza, and broadly as well the cabinet shakeup. Of course, we have Budget Secretary Pangandaman and Executive Secretary Bersamin out as well. Is that Good, bad?
Well,
How are you seeing it?
our view right now in some of the appointments, like we welcome, for example, Secretary Frederick Go um, joining the Department of Finance. He comes from the private sector. Our experience with him when he was in this very long agency, OSAPEA, yeah, it has been very good, action oriented. I guess again because he came from the private sector and knew the pain points of the private sector in dealing with government. Um, I would think Ralph Recto, Secretary Recto, would be good in ES. I think it's rare that we don't have a lawyer as executive secretary, but it has happened before. The good thing is he's a politician as well, so that should be uh, helpful in that role as ES. Um, I don't really know the new persons in BIR and DBM, but DBM, all I can say is that there is a cloud of doubt as far as the former Secretary Amina was concerned. People were saying, well, she was the budget secretary and all of this happened.
Yeah.
So at the at best, she's complicit. Uh, or no, sorry. At best, she didn't know what was
Negligent.
happening,
Hmm.
so she's negligent, and at worst, she's complicit. Yeah, so we need to look at that. BIR, I heard from some people that he's a good person. So let's see if we see a stop to this atrocious assessments and everything else.
LOAs?
The LOAs.
About the LOA?
Yes, the LOA.
Letters of authority?
Yeah, yeah. It's I mean ridiculous because companies sometimes get an LOA at a level which is double their total revenue. How can that be? And they do that simply because one, in order to, if you file a case in court, it's a percentage of the LOA, so that discourages people from filing a case because it's so high. Second, it gives BIR a lot more room for negotiation because it's starting high. And a week before the change of BIR commissioner, Makati Business Club had a meeting with Secretary Recto, and he brought Commissioner Lumagi at that time. And I presented this point. And immediately he came to the defense of his agency saying, oh, but the private sector, you don't provide complete documentation. That's why you get this LOA. I said, what? I mean, anyway, but how do you fight BIR? So, and the good thing is that
Collectively, if everybody
no,
came together.
exactly. No, but that's why what we agreed with Secretary Recto was we will form a group working with the Department of Finance to address specific issues like LOA, tax refunds, and a few other points.
And I guess the vast majority of businesses opt to settle, right? I mean, they don't agree with the LOA, the amount
No.
that's assessed, but
Well, I think you have to differentiate companies because, for example, when you say settle, what do you mean by settle? Settle with the BIR with no receipt?
yes.
Okay. I think most of the foreign companies cannot do that.
Yes, of course. But
Okay.
I mean, the locals.
Yeah. Local companies, there are local companies who can do that. The problem with the small, medium-sized companies, because they don't have the means to fight the case in court or to have a protracted, argument with the BIR. So I would say, and that's maybe with George more because PCCI has more of those members, that they are forced to. Otherwise, business will stop.
Exactly. George.
Earlier, what we heard from Secretary Vince about his talk with the president, and I thought that uh, maybe Secretary Frederick Go, in his assumption of the Secretary of the Department of Finance, would have had a conversation like that on the reforms that's needed. Definitely what my good friend here, Ed, just shared with you about our experience with the BIR is very common. Okay. And this is where we just had a meeting the other day. The PCCI is the head business group in this what we call PMSG, private multisectoral group that has an annual or a monthly meeting with BIR. We're happy with Secretary June Lumagig that when he was as a commissioner, that he reached out to the private sectors. And I would like to think that the new BI commissioner, Mr. Mendoza, will do the same thing. Okay? But having said that, one of the issues that we'd like also to discuss with the new BIR and also with the Secretary of Finance is that our government debt is getting to be so high, 17, gradually inching up to 18 trillion pesos. Okay, and here we see the graph in corruption wherein money is being wasted. So it comes to mind for us to tell the government that don't expect for us to cough up all the deficiency on your intake because the business can only take so much. Somehow they have the notion that if you're in business, you're making a bundle of money. Okay. And this is where it's discouraging, not only for local businesses, but the message it's sent out to people who may be interested in investing in the country. So now that Secretary Frederico is holding that position, actually, when before he accepted, I texted him. I said, Secretary Frederico, I'll have to tell you, in being appointed to this position, there's no upside. There's no upside to this position. A lot of, frankly speaking, a lot of people that are assigned to the Bureau of Customs and the BIR are people of influence that place their people there with a different agenda. And that's tough if you're the head of the agency, right? So, as I said earlier, going back to what I said, if President BBM has given the mandate to Secretary Frederico that you reform these two key agencies, so that will completely change the image of investors that would like to come.
Go ahead.
I just would like to comment on what Toti mentioned on changing the constitution. I just would like to caution people thinking that it's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I think there are points that we need to change in the constitution, definitely. Political system, party list, blah, blah, blah. But I worry about us asking for a constitutional amendment, especially who will be the one changing the constitution. Don't know. So that's all.
And who's going to benefit? And I mean, that conversation has been going on for many, many years. Toti, I'll give you a chance to respond, but to pick up from George's point and Ed's point about ease of doing business, wasn't that exactly what Secretary Go was mandated to do at Osapea? Why is that still a problem? Ease of doing business, red tape.
No. I think what his responsibility was to encourage more foreign investment into the
Okay.
country. In fact, at that time, the delineation, more or less, there was a bit of an overlap with DTI, and Secretary Fred is here. But DTI was more focused on encouraging domestic investment,
Yes.
whereas Osapea
Foreign
was looking at
investment.
foreign investment. So
Have-
that's how they split
Has
it.
ARTA helped at all, the anti-red tape authority?
A bit. But there are quite a number of issues because we also have the devolution to the local government, and many of the problems are at the LGU level, and so ARTA can only do so much. But it's a step in the right direction, but we need to do a lot more.
How do you fix the LGU part of the equation? How do you fix the LGU part of the equation? Because now you're getting into local governance.
We need to again review the. I think we need to amend and review and amend the local
The
government
code, yeah.
the code. It's good intention, but like in our country, many cases, good intention but bad implementation, and the laws become suggestions rather than regulation.
As you keep saying, we do have enough laws. Toti, I'll give you a chance to respond to Ed.
Uh, if we don't change the constitution, we will keep. I'm afraid that the people will be. The problem will keep repeating itself. This massive. We cannot rely on morality to solve our problems. So as to who will change the constitution, my personal preference to have a constitutional convention. to change the constitution by 2028. Now, you will say, oh, the oligarchs and I mean the dynasties will dominate. Well, what choice do we have? I mean, we have to rely on the people to make the right choices, or else you're going to have talks about coup d'etat or a civil military alliance. That's what's spreading now actually in the social media. So the legal way to address the problem is through constitutional change, through a constitutional convention. Because there's no trust in the Congress anymore, so it should not be in terms of constituent assembly or some other thing, but um, through a constitutional convention. Now, as to the question about the change in the cabinet, etc., well, there's a saying when the when the Titanic is sinking, you have music chairs. So I think the president is trying to shore up political capital by changing the people. But what worries me more are the underlying economic problems. Uh, even in the second quarter, the unemployment rate for college level graduates have been going up. You know, and then you now have a slowdown to 4%. Plus, the administration is doubling down on on agriculture protectionism. Remember, they banned rice imports because the price of rice going down. So you'll expect maybe prices to go up again. We have been we have uh, uh, agreed to that 19% Trump tariffs because we wanted to protect agriculture. But agriculture is only 8 to 9% of our economy. We're trying to sacrifice our productive exports to protect an inefficient agricultural sector. So I'm afraid that moving forward, the economic situation will deteriorate with this thing that's happening. Together with the political instability, then that's a cause for concern.
Don't you think that their sustained negotiations paid off eventually? Now, most of the agricultural products are tariff free, right?
To exports, yes.
Yeah,
To the US, yes.
the 19% blanket tariff, yes. For the most part, agricultural exports and semiconductors remain tariff free. So you don't think that's a win at all?
No, I don't think all semiconductors are tariff-free. Some of them may be tariff-free, but our exports in general will still be subject to 19% tariff. No, so that to me is a again cause for concern. Now, why did the U.S. lower tariff on agricultural products? I think partly it's also in a way self-serving because there's an affordability problem in the US also. That's why they've been trying to lower tariff on food. No, so um, so I think together even with these frequent storms because of climate change, impact on agriculture, we have a cause to be worried moving forward.
Toti, I think the semiconductors, according to DTI, last I checked, was going to be mostly tariff free. According to DTI USEC Rodolfo. Yeah, yeah, yeah. George, you wanted to say something?
Well, the big chunk of our export in the semiconductor wire harness, 0%. Okay, so the U.S. is still maintaining that 0%. Well, on the other side, that we have the BPO, and we've been hearing some background noises that they're trying to pull back some of these operations back to the U.S., which I think may not be cost effective for them. But a big chunk of our BPO is also a very big sector. They contribute almost 38 billion, right? Pretty big. And now with the disruptive technology of artificial intelligence, people have this fear that that sector might be affected. I beg to be having another mindset is that it might actually boost, because AI also requires a lot of people who are trained in that skills. And I know that the AI, the BPO or IT BPM group headed by Jack Mater is very progressive. They're already looking ahead and planning for the inroad of the AI. So to that side, I'm quite positive, and that ties into the importance of our education. I think we kind of rank quite low in the PISA test, and that should be. And when you think about it, that our General Appropriation Act, the biggest chunk of the budget is education. So we really need to have to focus down on what are the takeaways of these investments on education. The fact that well, not just the learning, but the other important thing is we have to teach our young the moral values. Okay, why does this happen? Because we compromise ourselves that uh, getting wealthy uh, by being unethical or going through the corruption route is acceptable. Once you instill in the mind of the young, that's very dangerous. We really need to teach our young, okay, to be respectable. I mean, as long as you're gainfully employed, you should be respected. It doesn't mean somebody's very rich, but they're doing it illegally. I don't think that should be that should that is something that we should teach our young. Okay, the moral, the moral for value formation and education is very key to the long-term economic sustainability of our country.
I'm glad you brought up AI because I mean, that is going to be the next big disruptor, right? And I was just watching the some of these makers of the LLMs. Anthropic, for instance, warn about job losses, right? The CEO of Anthropic was saying that at least half of white collar entry level work could disappear in the next 5 to 10 years. And the question there for the private sector is, are we ready for that, or are we preparing for a future that looks like that? Ed?
Uh, I believe so, and it starts with education. So I can speak for De La Salle, and La Salle is already has been looking at AI, incorporating it, trying to upskill our youth for the future. Um, but sometimes we always look at the high end of the job. We must also remember that there is a large component, which is, let's say, tech voc or services. A low-hanging fruit for our country is actually tourism. If we compare the natural beauty of our country relative to our neighboring countries who receive maybe over 10 or 20 million visitors, I mean, we stack quite well, except that going to these places for us, the it's not seamless, unlike in some of the other countries. So we need to fix the infrastructure. But I believe that from a people point of view, one of the unique attributes of Filipinos is the service, the empathy, caring, and that's why whether you're nurses or in the your in the hotel industry, we're quite in demand in that sense. So I think yes, AI, we need to focus on that, but we also need to look at the other low hanging fruits.
Oh, sorry. It says we can open the discussion to the audience. So if there's anyone who has a question from the floor, I am opening the floor now. Please just raise your hand. Somebody will come to you with a mic. Oh, please.
Yeah.
Secretary.
I it's because of sorry. It's because of my training for 21 years of inviting investors to the country that I am an eternal optimist. And listen to all the discussions, I realize that our country, all of us believe that we are in a crisis situation. However, they say that in times of crisis, you either face danger or opportunity. I'm sorry, my voice is gone. And I think listening to Secretary Vince, this is now the tipping point, opportunity for us to move forward, make reforms. However, I have my thoughts on having a constitution amendment at this stage. Whether it is by Constituent Assembly, it will be the Congress who will change the Constitution. If we will call a constitutional convention, how sure are we that the politicians will not put their men to be elected as the constitutional convention members? I was a member of the 1971 Constitutional Convention.
It's you're partly to blame then. Only voted.
And
She's not amused.
and we had a beautiful constitution, but because there was a strong man then, so one changed everything. And so we changed it now with the 1987 Constitution, which reacted to many problems caused by the I don't want to use the word dictator. So I think then it's dangerous to change the Constitution at this stage. There's a need, but not at this stage. So, gentlemen, maybe we could look the opportunity side. We have ambassadors here from the different countries. Please tell your prospective investors they can come here. Because if you are afraid of the local governments or whoever, you can go to PESA. I am no longer with PESA, but the guy who heads PESA now, I have trained. And I can assure you, he is honest, and that agency continued what I have started. So let me assure you, honorable members of, my voice is bad.
Okay.
I want to assure the honorable members of the diplomatic corps that if you have investors, refer them to PESA. And that if we have problems now, we are in a critical situation. We have a crisis, that this is tipping point, and we now understand the problem. And like Secretary Vince or the other agencies in government, I think we'll reform. So that's my positive note for this morning.
Thank you, ma'am. And she's absolutely right. We should be looking at opportunities. So where are the opportunities? Where are the bright spots? Toti, I'll start with you. Meron yan.
Well,
Maybe
I said there will be, as I said, if it's a crisis, people will think how best to solve the problem. Some will offer these minor laws, some will offer major. We will see. We're getting further and further behind other countries, and it's not just a question of morality or corruption or anything. There's something fundamentally wrong with our economy. We have been suffering from Dutch disease. Our manufacturing is now one of the lowest. Manufacturing to GDP is now only about 15%. One of the lowest in ASEAN, just ahead, I think, of Laos and Mongolia. Our agriculture is, last year, 2024, we had a negative 2%. Our agriculture productivity is really way down. That's why food prices are up. That's why labor costs are also high. So something fundamentally wrong with the economy. We cannot continue this way. Our tourism, is it because of graft and corruption that they are not coming here? We have the lowest in terms of tourism numbers. Our stock market's the worst performing, I think, in the world. So there's something fundamentally wrong. And you can't do that with, platitudes of, inviting them and etc. It's just that we need a structural change.
Toti, you can't end an answer about opportunities on such negative note.
The opportunity to change, to rethink the system is here.
Okay, we'll end it there before you go off again. Okay, George, where are the opportunities? Where are the bright spots?
Uh, opportunity is abound for those who seeks it. Okay, no country in the world can just say, come and invest in our country. But we have a lot of upside, as I said, in the country. Basically, even the domestic market is pretty huge. We have 120 million in population. Looking forward for economic sustainability, there are sectors that have been touched on that I don't think we require constitutional change. The agriculture, aqua sectors, the government has been very flexible as far as extending the use of land, be it in the agricultural sector, to 75 years. Okay? And those are all indications that we know how to tweak some of the laws to attract investors. Okay? That doesn't require constitutional change. Okay? And that there to the world, like many of these new electric fan that are without the propeller or something like that. The Dyson is very popular. A lot of products are manufactured here in the Philippines. People are not aware of that. Okay, ladies' fashion, Michael Kors, they're manufactured in somewhere in the north. But we still lag behind, honestly. We have stories, successful stories, but we want to have more successful stories. And I think if we get our acts together, definitely what had happened for our GDP to drop to 4% is that the expenditures of the Department of Public Works was curtailed to a big extent. That's why the drop in the GDP. But we're now in the bear season, right? For our diplomats, we celebrate Christmas starting September, the month, the bear month. But we expect that the economy should pick up. Okay, but the numbers should not be the guiding factor for us. We in the private sector, we know the seriousness of what had happened, and we will keep on pursuing. Okay, pressing the government to be answerable for all of this corruption. Okay? Last 2 months ago, together with Ed of Makati Business Club and also Mr. Toti Chincampo, we signed a manifesto in the paper. 34 big business organizations grouped together, expressing our concern on this issue. And rest assured that we will keep that kind of pressure up with the government. Not that we're making a lot of noises, but we want to tell them that this must be addressed for us to have a future. Otherwise, if this is not addressed, okay, even the local investors will be hesitant to invest further, to expand. One of the other big investors that recently just came in is the Thailand group, the CP group on feed mills. And they're investing in a big way. And some of this really is not the work of the last few years. Even former DTI Secretary Fred Pascual, early on was into this with CP. So it's a continuing effort by everybody, as what Secretary Vince Dizon said earlier, to get out of this hole that we dug ourselves. Okay, we need the cooperation of everybody, private sector, government. And I'd like to really stress the point that we must have the political will in dealing with situation, even if it means taking on high political figure, okay, or government officials. We must have that political will. And I think that in itself would solve a lot of our problems. Thank you.
And actually, on that note, what happened to the private sector advisory council? I mean, that was the
Yeah,
role they were supposed to fill,
it
right?
continues to
Supposed
operate.
to
Yeah,
be,
yes, yes. They
have a
provide
direct line to
they
Malacanang.
provide inputs to the president and his cabinet. Yeah. Mm.
But I'll let Ed finish his thought. Is that it? You're done? Okay, go ahead,
No,
Tony.
you wanted me to say some of the opportunities. The opportunity that I see is afforded by geopolitics. For example, there's a need to friendshore. So pharmaceutical industry could
Mm.
be some of the thing that we could offer. Defense-related industries. This is because the Japan and the other Western countries are now increasing their purchases of defense industries, of defense-related material, you know. So maybe even drone manufacturing, things like that. Um, Shipbuilding.
Munitions hub that the U.S. wants to build in Subic is a good idea.
I'm not a national security analyst, so I
Mm.
can't
Because it's been
comment
signed
on
off.
that.
Yeah. Okay. You, George, you were gonna say something? The munitions hub in Subic that they wanted to build. I think it's already running to a certain extent.
But I guess in the military or defense related sectors, we know other countries have been quite aggressive in that sector, like Korea, for example.
Mm.
They're now an exporter of military related products. I don't know whether Singapore has. I believe it has also, because I know there's a defense show that was in Singapore. We're lacking behind in that area, but it would be something nice to have. But we have, I think, for our priorities, is that we would like to create industries that create more jobs. Okay? And we were talking about tourism, and definitely that's one area that we have to really focus. We are lagging behind our ASEAN neighbors. Malaysia has about 38 million tourists. Thailand has slipped a bit to about 36 million. Singapore, Vietnam, they're all double digits, 14 to 15 million. We're bordering like 7 or 9 million, and 25% are balikbayan. These are Filipinos coming back. So if you take that off, we're only about 5 million tourists. So we're really far behind. And when you think that our shores are in no way better, less attractive than the shores of other countries, right? And for those who have been here, I've asked a lot of, I did my own survey with many of the ambassadors, diplomatic people. They said the best post they have is in the Philippines, right? So I hope you carry that message. And we're really trying to do also our own initiative, the private sector. I've mentioned this to the. If you are able to bring those people across the ocean to your place, we're just a stone throw away. You should advertise that they come to the Philippines also in co-brand. But these are really the thing I think that's important for us, because these are the doable things within a period of 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
Okay? And it will help the economy grow faster, and inclusiveness.
Right.
Okay? Thank you.
No, I get what you're saying, but that's also still an infrastructure problem, right? There are direct flights from Europe to directly to Phuket, for
Yeah,
example.
yeah, yes.
Here, you'd still need to fly into Manila
Yes.
and then take a
Yeah.
another
What
transport route. So
talking about tourism, we have to be realistic. Why they have so many tourists going to their countries? A big chunk are coming from China. Okay? And we have to rethink, how to get them to visit. we have to differentiate between geopolitical and trade and commerce. And I think that is something that we should look into, and hopefully that they can send in millions of tourists that lately has shy away from Japan. So if they were to come here, easily you can gain about 2, 3 million tourists immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, George. I'll just do a quick scan to see if there's anyone else that wants to ask something. Oh, there, sorry. Go ahead.
I am Cherry Miguel,
Hi.
Defense and Security and Construction. Quick question. I never heard the word patriotic to our country. To the three of you guys. We must be patriotic to our own country. We're 120 million in the Philippines. So we can actually, we do shipbuilding, we do munitions, we do everything, and we do assembly of automobiles in the Philippines. Why can't we do it more instead of bringing in imported products from other countries? We need to be patriotic. That's the most important thing. Look at the first world country, they're patriotic. They buy their own, correct? Am I correct? So we don't depend on imported products. As Mr. Barcelon said, the BDU, the BDU of the uniformed personnel is coming from China. We have here, we can do it here in the Philippines.
I will just say that I don't think there's much of a shipbuilding industry at the moment.
Yes, we do
think-
have.
I think there's I think it's mostly assembly, isn't it?
We have in Cebu and
Okay, in Cebu. Okay. All right. Thank you.
We're-
Yeah, exactly. It's small scale. It's not the
to add to the concern of our dear colleague here, this is being addressed currently with our SRDP law. So with the revitalization of this alliance defense posture, we're really looking at all of the capabilities that the Philippines has. And because we are also strengthening our alliances with like-minded nations and well-meaning nations, then we're taking into consideration best practices from the other countries, what they can contribute to our defense. Because at the end of the day, the cloud and the silver lining in the cloud is when we do have security in place, then economy will prosper. So that's actually the bottom line. We have a lot of indigenous capabilities. We have capabilities to make our own drones. And of course, shipbuilding is one big industry here in the Philippines. It's not just that known, but yes, we do have.
Yeah. So why aren't we buying more from local producers, and how can we scale up the defense industrial complex?
People who know me, who read my articles know that to me, the cause is we have a very overvalued peso. It's cheaper to import. And it's hard to export. It's so easy to import. So that's the reason why tourism is down. It's more expensive to visit the Philippines than is in Vietnam or in Thailand. The hotels in Thailand or Vietnam are 30 to 40% cheaper. The five-star hotels. Even in Japan now, it's cheaper. So you have many Filipinos going to Japan rather than domestic tourism. You know, we have a very strong peso. The India and the Philippines was 45-1 in 2010. The same rate. Now, how much is India rupee? It's 88-1. We are at 58-59-1. We are losing competitiveness in our exports, in our BPOs, in our tourism. That's the reason. That's the reason why foreign investors are not coming. It's not because of the restrictive laws. It's because the cost of doing business here in dollar terms is more expensive than in other countries.
Thank you, Toti. George, PCCI, why don't more of the members produce here?
No, definitely we encourage people to buy Pinoy. No, we have that overarching law. But again, of course, it's important for us in the industry to be competitive. We cannot hold down to that law to the well. Basically, it could be protecting the local industries at the expense of the consumer. Okay. We know that in ASEAN, among the 11 countries now, we have a zero tariff, and there's where a lot of trade and commerce comes in. And honestly speaking, they have pulled ahead in many of the sectors industry, of which we used to be one of the key player. I can say that 30 years ago, I'm a shoe manufacturer. I manufacture Nike shoes. I manufacture for many of this big chain stores. But I'm not in the shoe business anymore because we're not competitive. Okay? So competition is the uh, denominator in the whole globalization. Okay? If you're not competitive, you have to look for sectors that you're competitive. BPO, we're very competitive. Okay, but other sectors that I think um, moving forward, the cost of labor in many of these newly industrialized country, be it Vietnam, China, of course, the wages has gone up. They're going to go higher. Okay? We still have that ability to be flexible on our wages, to be competitive. We were talking about the shipbuilding earlier. As a matter of fact, I shared my thoughts with Secretary Frederick Go. I said, Philippines has so many islands, okay, but many of these nice places cannot afford to have airport. We should have ship. Uh, you know, Europe, they thrive on their riverboat cruise along the whole Danube River, right? And we should do that. Maybe we should start. But again, those are areas that we should look into. Regarding to it's a synergy between tourism and the industrial shipbuilding industry. So actually, in one of our, I think, visitors from Europe, they touched on that topic on the shipbuilding. But definitely we are for encouraging Filipinos to buy Filipinos goods. We do not in any way um, try to to promote foreign goods, but you'd be surprised some of the goods that you're buying that are branded and manufactured in the Philippines.
There are some luxury goods. Ed, did you want to add to that? Okay, I think I have time for one last question. All good? Everybody's hungry, I guess. Okay, so we're wrapping up, but I'll give you guys a chance to make closing statements. I guess we gotta end on an upbeat note. So
Okay.
I don't want to ask about the upside again, but talk us through what you think should happen next and what we can do at this point in time in order to be in a better place in 5 years down the road.
Well, maybe I'll just I share the optimism of DG De Lima. I think there's so many upsides for our country. You just look at our infrastructure, whether roads, airports, ports, hospitals, classrooms. Country needs so much. So that's a lot of investment that's needed in those areas.
But isn't it also true that the private sector is there's very few players that are willing to join these PPPs?
Yeah, because I think that's where we actually need to do some review and refinement of the PPPs. In fact, for me, one of the problems I have with the PPP is a key consideration for government is how much government take is from the PPP once they bid it out. To me, that's wrong because government has the responsibility of building an airport, for example. Now you bid it out. Why is it that your key criteria is how much money you're going to make? Isn't that a service you should provide to the people? So the criteria should be the lowest cost, the comfort, convenience for the public. And yet the key criteria is actually, this was given to this company because they gave the biggest share to the government. I think that's wrong.
Well, it ties into government revenues, right?
No,
It
no,
goes
but
back
but
to the
but you see, my point is,
public debt.
it's something that government should be doing in the first place. You got the private sector to do that for you, right? Now, why do you have to make so much money out of it when that is a public service? So that's where I'm coming from. Anyway, that's another story as far as I'm concerned. But I believe that the country offers so much opportunities for investment. Agriculture, we need to fix agriculture. Education, we need to bring in and allow foreign entities to set up campuses in the country. This is what maybe partly what Toti was saying. Uh, so there's so much demand, power, we lack power. We need
Renewables. We have
renewables. Well, renewables, they have increased so export market because that's the main market for Singapore. But for us, we have domestic plus export. Now, in order to actually bring in the investment needed for this, to address all these gaps in our the requirements, these investment opportunities, we need to fix few things. And right now, we have this ongoing corruption probe. We just need to show that it's transparent, that all those are made to account. They return what they stole. They go to jail. We don't have the death penalty, unfortunately. So they go to jail.
Unfortunately. Let's not go there.
As a Christian, I shouldn't say that, but it's very tempting considering how heartless and soulless these people are who've stolen so much when there's so many poor people suffering. So you say maybe throw them somewhere. But I'll take a second look at the Philippines. They're doing reforms. They're putting in reforms, and there's so much opportunities there. So I'll come in. I think that's.
Thank you, Ed. George.
Yeah, I'm more. We have the same mindset. Of course, what's important is we're cautiously optimistic about the country, and I think forum like this, we thank Dindo Manhit having this thing to clarify certain issues to everyone. I know that because of what had happened, all of us feel kind of gloomy, as if there's no light at the end of the tunnel. And I think that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And we will keep on the private sector size, keep on pushing the government, advising them. And we're happy that we have people from the private sectors now in the government. You have a Department of Agriculture, you have Kiko Laurel, and you have Department of Finance, you have Secretary Fertigo. And that in itself is telling us that we do have our people in the government that understands us. And we will keep on collaborating with them. And we hope that through what has been discussed the whole morning, our ambassadors will carry on that message that there's still hope at the end of the tunnel. Okay, thank you very much.
That is the messaging. There's light at the end of the tunnel. Okay, don't forget. Toti. The sky is
I'd
not
just like to
falling.
end up by saying I think we should focus on agriculture, 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 because that's the main findings of the survey of Dindo, which is really on food, affordability of food. So I would recommend that we liberalize the importation of rice and corn, bring down the price of chicken and pork, and at the same time, we should promote agribusiness because our land is just so fragmented. The average land size in the Philippines, farm size, is only less than 1 hectare now. We need to promote agribusiness to increase agriculture productivity and bring down the price of food for our people.
Hey, to be fair, this year inflation has been manageable, I have to say. Diba? It's been under the target.
Inflation is the rate of
Yeah,
increase.
the rate of increase, I know, but
And the global market price of rice has gone down. That's why they had to stop the import of rice. But they should bring it down further. But the price level still remains high, even if inflation is down.
they extended the ban to next year, I believe, right? The EO.
Can I?
Go ahead, Ed.
We were in a meeting with Secretary Tio Laurel last week. This was a Makati Business Club. He showed us a very interesting heat map of rice, and they plan to do it for major crops. So they map the country and which places there is a rice granaries and surplus of rice, and which places there is a shortage of rice. Now, how the policy in the past has been looking at it just on a global basis, looking at the national, So in their view, they're now looking at saying, in these places, we will not allow import because that's what will hurt the farmers.
Okay.
But in these places which have a deficit,
Right.
this is where the
You'll allow
imports
it.
will come in.
Right.
So, and then they're going to put price boards, supply demand forecast. We sometimes find ourselves having too much tomatoes at one time. Everyone's planting tomatoes at the same time, so there is no science being placed there in terms of how do you manage this better. I am very pleasantly, I was very pleased to hear that the Department of Agriculture is putting a lot of these initiatives, including cold storage, warehousing, ports, etc., to bring down the price of agricultural products.
You're right. I did hear that too. And also, it's good to hear that it's not going to be so. Now they're not looking at one size fits all solutions anymore, right? So more tailored solutions.
I just like to echo what Ed shared. No, we have to go up the value chain. We import around 15 to 20% of rice. We're not the most cost effective as far as rice production is concerned. Other countries have their Mekong River and whatever that gives them a competitive edge. But we need to go up the value chain. The export, we import very little on the agri. While if I remember, Thailand export twice what they import. Indonesia export about 70% what they import. So export is important, but you have to go up the value chain. Okay, we have a lot of things going for us. Our cocoa is one of the best as far as the quality is concerned, the mango and everything, and like durian, there's a big demand in Japan and China, but we don't have enough capacity. So those are areas that really they have to focus. That goes with the investment on the government on irrigations, infrastructure, and new technology. Agri now is high tech. People use Internet of Things. They have real-time information as far as the weather, as far as price, and this is what we encourage. That agri sector, as what Toti was saying, that agri business is a very fundamental industry that we have to really focus on. Thank you.
So all very great points. And for me, the bright spot, as I said at the start, is really the private sector finally coming together, the business groups coming together, voicing out, stepping up. Many of you guys scandal, so I hope you keep that up and that, we can collectively find solutions. And on that note, I will end the discussion. Thank you so much for your attention, and warm round of applause for these gentlemen, please.
Thank you very much, panelists and moderator, for those insightful perspectives on the country's economic landscape and recommendations needed to drive sustained growth. I'd like to request the panel to please stay on stage for a quick photo opportunity. Thank you. We will now break for lunch at the upper lobby just right outside the conservatory. So we kindly ask that you make your way back here by 1 o'clock as we will resume our program promptly. Thank you.
You know the three of us are close. The peso is too strong. That's why you.
Are you around anymore? Forum conference. I'm not doing a lot still, even though I coverage wise, I mostly do politics now. But I still do a lot of
And I also pick where we politics is to.
Why we failed?
No, I retired from Shell. Sure, 2016. End of 2016. Yeah, 10, almost 10 years ago. Yeah.
So you're now
But I got back. They invited me back as a director.
Okay.
Independent director.
So you're independent director.
Yeah. Now I'm right. No, not if I can help it.
Because we'd be screwed.
You know, that's what I was telling
Yeah. Regina, you are very.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah. Very good. I was going to ask the ambassador to speak about agriculture. We had some discussion about the chicken and the egg and the. Yeah.
Benefit of just over the causeway. Malaysia's there, right? So we always see that.
That's a very good
Yeah.
policy. Which, you know, the thing is, I think Singapore's gift to China is the system. China learned. Singapore has a good system. We did not learn. We should be picking up the Singapore system. Exactly. Yeah. And now the Americans are copying the system that we copied from them. They're weakening all these institutions that have been there. So that's the problem. No, I don't know. I mean, you know, I'm for changing what we have right now. It's a very slippery slope. So, well, if we have a Lee Kuan Yew, or if we can borrow your president or your prime minister for about a year, then I can trust that change, you know?
Our size, our skill is yeah, that's true. Size.
True. But if we can do a reset, I would need a transformation head.
Like your food plotters, reset. That's what they're using now, reset.
No, I've been telling them that because it's
So it's
crazy.
that the Philippines have all this. You have all the production you do. It's a matter of government.
Yes, exactly. That's why at the time we had the Lee Kuan Yew with Ferdinand Marcos Sr.
If we get
The Malaysians say bole. Kaya
but they're not. Yeah.
we need to say LPY or QR.
Welcome back, everyone. Good afternoon. We hope you had a good meal. Okay. Up next, we are honored to have with us the Ombudsman of the Republic of the Philippines, who made time to be here despite the sudden schedule changes in the budget deliberations in the Senate. Without further ado, please welcome on stage Ombudsman Jesus Crispin Remulla.
His Excellency David Hartman, Ambassador of Canada, His Excellency Masuya Endo from Japan, Saijan Nurminen, Ambassador Finland, Constancy, Ambassador of Singapore, Smiliana Nez, Embassy of Slovenia, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As usual, I was invited through a text message by my good friends, the Manhit brothers, Dindo and RP. Of course, they sent me formal invitations after. But it wasn't easy getting here today because we had changes in the budget schedule in the Senate. And of course, I had to be asked about restitution again, or we had to be asked about why restitution is so important to the point of view of this representation, because that became a controversial statement when I was still Secretary of Justice prior to my 46-day stint as Ombudsman. So I've been here for 46 days. And starting October 10, I think that if I'm doing the math right, it's something like that, no? 46 days. And it hasn't been easy. Pressure has been there. There's pressure in the job. And what we actually are concerned about is the theme of today's discussion, strengthening economic security and resilience. Because, as usual, this is not the first time we've seen a crisis of confidence happening to a country. My first experience with this was in 1983, when I was still a law student after Ninoy Aquino was assassinated at the Manila International Airport at that time. They started a crisis of confidence, and it's lasted for 3 years, which of course was not very good for the country, but finally was resolved after the People Power Revolution of 1986, where a new government was installed, democratic, and of course with all the ideals of good governance in their minds. But what happened after that, of course, is still a mixed bag of achievements and problems. Achievements, because basically there were some good things about it. The restoration of democracy was one of them. The writing of the Constitution may have been a good one, but of course it's not perfect. And certain policies on liberalization may have been good. Of course, they may have been bad too. It really is from whose point of view you're looking at. But that was the first crisis of confidence that I saw in government. Then after a few years, 1997, it was not really a crisis of confidence. It was more of the Asian financial crisis that we saw, where the country rode off and had to tighten its belt because of the devaluation of the peso, the extreme drop in the price of the peso at that time. I remember that. In the presidential management staff of President Joseph Ernesto Estrada. And I actually acted as an executive assistant to President Estrada after a few months. After we got to know each other in office, he asked me to assist him on a daily basis. So I was there up close with history. I knew what happened the whole time, and probably most of what happened, because I considered my hours after 8 to be personal time already. So I couldn't join in the other cabinet that was meeting after 8. But just the same, I ended up, or I became, I wrote the last letter of his presidency, which was a leave of absence from the position of president, which until now is not a clear note in history, since the Supreme Court was not really upright about it. They weren't very honest about that result. They ignored that message just because it was more politically convenient. And these shortcuts are what causes problems in our country. When we shortcut the process, things go wrong. And that's why today's meeting is very important, because probably we have to understand that these processes have to take time. And we have to be careful about everything we do, because once you miss a beat, the consequences can be bad for the country. So, well, I have a prepared speech, of course, and maybe I should start reading it so that we can have an organized flow first, and then maybe we can have an open forum later. I'd like to thank the SLAD-based group for bringing us together again. For 10 years, this conference has helped the country take an honest look at itself, where we are, what threatens us, and what possibilities lie ahead. And I stand here today as a newly appointed ombudsman for 46 days with a simple message. Economic security begins with honest, transparent, and accountable governance. Let me begin with something many of you know too well. When investors assess a country, they don't just look at the numbers, charts, or demographic trends. They look at whether rules are followed, whether decisions are fair, whether the public money goes to where it should. In other words, they look for trust. And that is the basic issue today about government. And trust is fragile. It can take decades to build and only one scandal to destroy. This is why corruption is not just a governance issue. It is an economic threat. Every peso stolen from infrastructure is a bridge not built, a road left broken, a community left vulnerable. It is also a message to investors that the rules may not be as predictable as they hoped. This is where the Office of the Ombudsman enters the story. Not as an economic agency, but as a guardian of the conditions that make growth possible. Probably the most important condition is predictability. When I assumed office a few days ago, or a month or so ago, I made two early decisions. First, I lifted the restrictions on SAL-N access. Statement of assets, liabilities, and net worth of government officials were then closed to public scrutiny, and thus probably inviting impunity into the picture. Impunity of corruption. For years, it was a lockbox, hard to request, hard to obtain. But transparency cannot thrive behind closed doors. By opening access, we are telling the public, you deserve to know how we safeguard your trust. Second, I express support for live streaming of not just the bicameral conference committee of the budget, but even the proceedings inside the Ombudsman's office. When we do preliminary investigation, at least the public has the right to know what has been violated and who are the accused, So that and what the government is doing about it. These are not symbolic gestures. These are signals of a larger shift, a governance of culture where openness is the norm and not the exception. And behind the scenes, we are laying down deeper reforms. We are intensifying investigations in high risk, high value sectors, public infrastructure, procurement, revenue, and regulatory agencies, of which one by one I've been speaking to. These areas shape investor confidence more than any investment brochure ever could. And as an example, digressing a bit from the speech, the other day I was with was it yesterday? The BIR commissioner. I invited the new BIR commissioner over to my office since we were neighbors in Quezon City. We work in the same road, what was known as the Agham Road and now the Miriam Defensor Santiago Road. And it was a very frank conversation that we had. And I went down straight to the nitty-gritty about the letters of authority and the way that investors were being treated and businessmen were being treated by our revenue agencies. And I told him that that has to end. And I advocated, I was telling him, Charlie, that we need probably a contactless revenue payment system that will not, that where nobody can actually interfere with the filing of such income tax returns or even any tax payments that are to be made. There has to be an early payment system that will not be interfered with by anybody before any LOAs ever come out. And even, of course, the suspension of LOAs for that matter, to stop it. Because, as he said, LOAs only generate 2% of revenue. But when you do the math, it actually generates more than 6% of revenue, but the other 4% is lost to the pockets of these people from the BIR. And the same thing with the Bureau of Customs. So these are the reforms that that we want to be able to uplift and promote investor confidence. Something that had to be done yesterday, a year ago, 10 years ago, but we're never done before. And well, it's too late to say that, but it's never too late to start advocating reform and, of course, meaning it, not just advocating it, but doing it and living it. We are modernizing fact-finding, using data analytics, digitized records, cyber forensics, and of course, with this comes a package of artificial intelligence to make things run faster and establish a baseline for everything that we do, so that all complaints that are filed with our office, nothing would materialize if only if it is weaponized. So we don't waste our time with many of these political intramuros that are brought before the office of the ombudsman. And we want to digitize our records,